This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and today is Sunday, May the 22nd. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. Let me get out here on my tablet, go to my channel so I can welcome folks in. Hello, hello, hello. Skip ads. Let's set the quality to 720. And let's go into live chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So tonight I want to finish up my spring art journal. I was able to lace this up like Becky did, only I used a wider sort of a sheer ribbon, and it was able to go through these little punches very nice, and it does turn nice enough to look at, and that's all. However, I need to do a couple things. I want to find a charm to put on here, and I'm hoping that this will stay tight, but also I think I want a closure on mine because mine is pretty wobbly. I have 5 pages in there, and I've got a lot of thick pages. So this is the spring art journal that I did with Becky. Hi, Icy. Hi, Mina. Welcome, welcome, ladies, and welcome to everybody who's out there listening in. You're welcome to come in to chat anytime. Okay. So when I first measured my ribbon here, I was thinking I was going to have to thread them separately, and that would have worked. But then I recut the ribbon to be twice as long as this. So I'm just going to use this, and what I'm going to do with my awl about to this bird's head. So I hope you all have had a good weekend. We're supposed to get some rain tonight. About 3 1/4 inches up, and maybe about a 1/2 inch in. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to poke a hole with my awl, and it's going to go clear through the. I'm just going to miss that flower there. It's going to go clear through the foam board. See? And I'm going to just kind of wobble it so there's a pretty big hole in there. Now, on the back side, I'm going to do the same thing. And when I put the same type of ribbon on the back page as I had on the front page, so it's consistent. I really do like that. But I was holding it on while it was drying with painter's tape, and it took a little off here. That's not too bad, but I will probably be putting some journaling up here anyway. Maybe one of these, maybe something like that. I don't want anything too bulky. I think these others are, with the flowers, are going to be too bulky. This one could go over here. But I think this one looks nice right there, and maybe an ATC there and something here. So I think that's what I'll do. Hi, Angie. How are you doing? Let's see. Let's measure. What did I say? 3 1/4 inches up. 3 1/4 inches up. Did I say, Angie? 3 1/4 inches up, which would be right about here. And let me put my ruler back. So we're just finishing up the spring art journal here. And the little place where I nicked my finger with cutting that stencil the other day, that's all healed. Angie says, I'm okay. Good, Angie. Glad to hear that. Come on. It's going through. And we're going to make a fairly deep hole there because we've got to get this ribbon through it. Now, I think I'm done with this. And all I did was take, if I can find it here, this blunt darning needle or embroidery or whatever. It's blunt. It's not sharp. But it's got a big eye to it. And I tri-folded maybe quarters and threaded that ribbon right through. You don't want to go too deep because you just want to go about like that. And I'm just going to pull it through. It wants to, come on, wiggle it through. It'll come through. It's going through with the double trouble here. Hi, Lisa. Lisa Jameson. Good to see you. And just kind of work it up. I could get my pliers. Seems to work better with the pliers when. Come on. There, it's coming. It's a pretty big needle. And I'm doing like 8 thicknesses of the ribbon. But after you get that little short piece in through, it'll go good. It's just there. There we go. Take it off the needle. And I'm just going to tie it. I'm just going to tie it in a knot here. And maybe another knot. And we're just going to let that hang for now. And we're going to do the same thing here on the front. Only I think I'll do that with this other piece. Hi, Julie. She says, I can't stay. I have a lot of catching up to do. Well, thanks for popping in, Julie. I saw you in Tanya's. I couldn't stay in Tanya's, so I understand. And there's Becky. Becky, I'm finishing up the spring art journal. I just got a couple things to do. I'm using this sort of a sheer ribbon, but it's really thin. And if I thread it through this big old eye and it's a blunt needle, it's like a darning needle, I think, or a blunt yarn needle when you crochet, it's a craft needle. And let's see, I think I'm going to thread it from the front to the back. And like I said, on this thicker ribbon, you don't want a whole lot at the top because you're pulling all that through that little teeny hole. Let's get my pliers out again here. Oh, that came through good. I'm in my recliner with my legs up, Becky says. Good, Becky. That's a good place to be. Let's put my needle. I've been using my needle book that Ruth gave me, Ruth Lamb, to hold my needles. I'm not putting them back in Penelope because she likes to eat them. And I need to find a good place for this last one because I think I've been putting it in this one. It makes quite a hole in this. There. But Penelope, they like to fall down into Penelope's tummy. I say she eats them. So we're just gonna, I'm doing a closure on mine, Becky. I was able to get it laced up like you did, I think. Similar to what you did. It's similar to what I did on my cowgirl journal, only I think you went over and I went over and under on my cowgirl journal. On this one, I went over. When I say over, I put one piece of ribbon through the bottom. Start at the bottom if you want a bow at the top. One big long piece of ribbon. And then you come over in here. Well, I did this one first. I went over the back to here and laced that through and over to the front here. And I just kept going over until I got, and you kind of have to work with it to make sure you got enough room for the pages to turn. And I'm just going to let these on this side just kind of, on the front, just kind of hang. I'm going to trim it off a little here after I get my bow in there, but because I don't want all of that on there. This was extra here. Let's trim it off. Maybe to about to here. And I'll put the rest in my words just escaped me. My cluster fodder for clusters. But I got this whole, you know, you guys go to the thrift store. I got this whole deal of ribbon for 50 cents. What a bargain. What a bargain. So now, I'm going to put that behind me. We're done with that. I might even cut this off a little bit more as I'm working with it. I don't know if I want that much hanging on the edge, but you know, I'm not going to be opening and closing this a lot anyway. It'll go on the shelf. Hi, Jacqueline. Welcome, Jacqueline and Mina and Julie and Lisa Jameson and Mina and Icy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Jacqueline, Mina. Hi, Y. I'm going to call you Y because I don't know your name. I'm just going to call you Y. I will have to go make pimento cheese sandwiches shortly, Becky says. That sounds good. Is that for Scott's lunch? Becky says pocket 5. Pocket 5. What did she say? Has Howie claimed your lap yet? BP is still good tonight, Becky says. I'm in my recliner. Organza ribbon, yeah. I might trim this off just a little bit more. The bow's kind of big, but we'll just work with it. And I really do like, now, what I'm going to do on the back here is, I think I'm going to put this cluster on the back because it'll lay pretty flat. And somewhere over here, now see, these are, Becky said to save your pattern for another time. And these should go on over with all of this other stuff over here. I'm looking for, I have a couple of extra pages. I might save those with this. I thought I had a couple of pieces already cut for the back. Let me see. I could actually put something like that on the back. That would be nice. And maybe something to document. There's the bag. And of course, what I save disappears on me under my very eyes. Here's another page. And I have some stickers left from Dollar Tree. We'll put those over there. I got a couple transparent. You know, you said pocket 5, Becky. It's interesting because I pulled my kit. I'm going to do a kit page tonight. I'm not going to do the pockets. I'll wait till you do your pocket. Well, I don't know what I did with them. They were here. They disappeared on me. So I think I'll use this. This is an ATC size. I think I'll use it. It's kind of gold. And this. And then I'll put the cluster right here. And I think I can write on that now. So let's put these. Pocket 5 has Becky's fabric in it, I think. We're done with the all. We'll just put these up here and I'll sort them out later. I want to do the back here. Organza ribbon. Nina says, hi, Becky. Julie says, love the journal. Let's open up the journal and page through it now that I've got it all done except for the back. We'll just flop that over. And yeah, I think I'm going to have to trim this just a little bit more. I'm going to do that right now because it's a little frustrating. Let's just trim it just a little bit more. Maybe here and here. And we'll have this for clusters. Or I could even put them on my stitch row. I'm knocking stuff off. Okay, so it opens up right here on the side. And yeah, I tied it twice here. So yeah, and I just have it tied like that. I might even trim that off a little more. We'll see. But on the front here, I've got the window that Becky did, and it is some children standing in, I'm saying they're standing in front of a garden. It could be a field of some sort. And down here in this window is a little girl on a swing, and she actually would swing. She swings back and forth. She can't swing forward. But she's happy in her little spot. So that's the window like Becky did on her cover, similar to what Becky did. And then you open it up, and this is page 1. I've got this foam came from this window, and I just put some Tim Holtz birdie tissue paper on it. Some tissue paper down in here, I think is Tim Holtz. And I put this floral ribbon all around both the front and the back. I still need to, on the back over here, glue this down a little bit better. I was working on it out in the other room. So, and the pages do turn nice. The pages do turn nice in this style of binding. And I would recommend you go look at Becky's last video on her spring journal where she bound it, because she explains it well. I'm not going to go through all the explaining. And then I got some of that floral ribbon around the inside cover. Then we did a pop-up of a bunny. She has the chocolate. Follow the bunny. She has the chocolate. And that was like Becky did. And I did an Easter here. And we've got some vintage photos in here. 2 little kids with their Easter baskets out in front of an old car. And then this is a little girl in her Easter dress. I think those are so cute. And then on here, I got a little journal cards saying what we did on Easter. We actually went out for dinner with my nephew and his family, his wife's family. You turn to the next page, and we have, Becky did a zine. Mine is more of a little booklet because I goofed on it somehow. But I just made a booklet out of an accordion fold booklet, which is fine. And then I have stickers that I put on mine. Just little happy stickers. I didn't put any words or anything on it. And this is like a little pocket. It says sweet and sparkle and a little sticker bird. And I lost the G on spring. It says spree. I lost the N and the G here. That's what I don't like about stickers. They don't stick. I have to see if I can get N and G and glue them down. Maybe put a piece of transparent tape over it. And then over here is another little accordion booklet on the opposite page. And I have it tied shut. If I can get it open here. Hold the phone. Loosen it up a little. And it also has stickers in it. It says wonder and sparkle. Carpe diem, some stickers. It's got a little flap holding it closed, and it opens up this way. Enjoy the moment. Wonder. Pretty. And just little happy little spring stickers on both sides. And I put my flap on the inside cover here rather than on the back. And then it ties shut again. And I do knot it twice because I made this out of a ribbon, and it wants to stick out. And I kind of fold that under. I'm not going to be opening that up a lot. Then I have two circles here. I think I got these from Mitzi. Just little spring postage circles right there and there. And some of this ribbon like this on the side. Sticker that says beautiful. And this is a little pocket that we made. And I think I have a vintage photo in here too. If I can reach in and get it. It is, oh, this is the one with the little baby in the tub. And a man on a horse. I put vintage photos in here every now and then. And then you flip it to the next page. And this is a little door that opens, got a bird nest. And a little door that opens. And this is a little girl. I don't know if you can see it. She's at a bird bath there. And then this is a pocket. Or is that a door too? That's a door too. I forgot already. It opens this way, and it's just a little girl with a floral dress, a floral hat on. Little vintage ephemera, similar to what I'm going to put here on the back. I think I got these from Annie V. And then over here is a beautiful, looks like tulips, and I made a pocket. And there's a little girl here, silhouette, and a bird. And here's some more photos of vintage children. And this one I got out of the Reminisce magazine. I really like it. It's an old photo of children on a maypole. So those go back in there. And then on the back, this would have been Becky's last page, but I added another page here, and this is one big sticker that I got at the Dollar Tree. This reminds me of the front porch. The window's open. We don't have shutters, but there's a chair there. So this, I just put this down as one big, and it's dimensional. It's got pop dots in there. And then this is an envelope. It's not a pocket. I don't think I made it a pocket. I just glued it down to, or taped it down. And this came from Judy Patton, and it's got bobby pin stickers on it and a stamp and some little Easter flowers. And then on the back is another one of these stickers. And then on the back inside cover, my daffodils, I think, are drying out in there. They are not, it's not wet. They're not wet. They are completely dry. But I wish I would have maybe colored them a little with some acrylic paint or something. They're kind of darkening up in there. But they are what they are. They're dried flowers. And we made a window. There it is right there. And then on the back is what I'm going to do tonight. And I'm just going to do something real simple. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. Let's just tie this closed. And all I want to do, oh, and then on the back here, we just have the ribbon, the bow there. All I want to do is tape this on, tape this card on. I'm not going to journal on this right away. I'm going to tape that card because I'm going to have to leave a little margin there. And then I'm going to put this cluster right here, right in there. This I might trim down just a little. It won't be complete ATC size. Let's put the cluster down first. And the cluster is paper, just scrapbook paper, a strip of fabric, and this flower. So I think I'm going to put that down first. I'm going to do that right away. Let's see who's in here. Becky says hello all. Lisa says hi, Mary. Mina says hi. Ruth, there's Ruth. Thank you, Becky. I have so enjoyed working along with you, Becky, on this. This was a fun project. Now, I know several of you go to Tanya McGuire's. Tanya was streaming this afternoon. She's back from vacation, so she's getting back in the groove. And she's going to have a postcard swap. Now, I just finally got my postcard mailed off to poor Journey. She's so patient. But if it isn't there by now, it's going to be there Monday. So I don't think that I'm going to join Tanya's postcard swap because I just don't want to overcommit. I'm going to leave it just like that. This is the back. And this I'm going to put down here. And I'm about out of tape again. But watch for that with Tanya. I know she'll have several people participating. There was a lot of interest in it. I would love to do it, but knowing how I struggled to get Journey's postcard out, I think I need to cut back a little bit more until I can faithfully commit. I'm still struggling with Happy Mail, so I guess the best way to take care of it is not commit to something if I can't commit to it. Let's get this other tape out. So, if you're interested, Tanya, This, That, and Chat, I think is the name of her group on Facebook. I think she's going to post about it pretty soon. I know there's a lot of interest in it. Hi, Brenda Robertson. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see you here. Hi, Derby. Hi, Angie. Ruth is here. Allie K. Hi, Allie K. Who else am I missing here? Ruth, Derby. Becky said be right back. Ruth said evening, Mary and everyone. Becky said she's been drinking a lot of water. Good for you, Becky. That's good for you. I've been doing that too. Becky says, I definitely don't want to make another fast trip to the ER. No, you don't. Is Elvis here? Did I miss Elvis? Hey, Elvis. And why? She says, Y is perfect. For I call her Y because I can't pronounce her last name and I don't know her first name, so I'm going to call her Y. Becky said, dehydration. Are you dehydrated, Becky? Nina says, any idea why the blood pressure dropped, Becky? It's happened to me a couple times. I never knew why. And Becky said, dehydration, drink lots of water. Becky was going to make pimento sandwiches. And Becky said her BP is still good tonight. Or it was a few minutes ago. Jacqueline is lurking. Julie says, love the journal. Thank you, Julie. Angie says, I'm still here. Hi, Sherry. Welcome, Sherry. Hey, Bean. If I'm pronouncing that wrong, please let me know. Hey, Bean or Hobbing or... All right, I'm just going to put this right about here, I believe. Now, all I have, and I'll journal on it later. I'm going to cut this maybe about, well, let's start with 1/4 inch off. And I'm going to let the gold show. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to write on that. Yeah. Mina says, hi, Sherry. Becky said she's going to do Tanya's postcard swap. I just don't, I would love to. I would love to, but I don't want to become known for committing to something and then not following through. And I kind of struggled to get that Journeys postcard to her. And I felt really bad about it. And it's just, it's me. It's me. So until I can shape up, I'm going to try to be good. Yeah, I think this is going to work for the back cover. And I might have to come in and put a little glue in on the edges there. We'll see. But I have to tell you, once I finish these journals, they'll go up on the shelf and they'll be taken down every now and then. It isn't like I'm going to read the book every day. Oh dear. I still have some flowers to plant. I did some weeding in our garden yesterday. Today's an even day, and it's also Sunday, and we cannot water on, except for on odd days, because our house ends in an odd number. I'm going to have to tell you guys something kind of scary. I told Paint Girly about it. But last night, I was sitting over in my recliner. I was doing something. I don't know what I was doing. Probably watching YouTube or something. And there was a knock on our door, and it was the deputy sheriff from our county, not from our town. Kind of scared me. I'm going, hello? And he said, do you guys know your neighbor across the way? Have you seen him lately? And my brother, they moved. The people, when I moved here, there was a couple that lived across the street that my brother always went fishing with. And they sold their house and they moved to Arizona. And the man that they sold it to only has one arm. And my brother says he's older than us. I don't know. But he's very reclusive. But we've offered, his lawn does not get mowed. And several people around in our neighborhood have offered to come mow his lawn for him. And he says, no, I got it taken care of. And it just it just grows. But we have noticed that there has been no activity around there. His pickup's parked in front of the garage. And I told him, I said, we noticed. And a couple weeks ago, my brother said the town sheriff was there and an ambulance. And since then, my brother has remarked a couple of times that it's sure quiet over there. And we thought maybe they took him to the hospital or something. But the deputy who stopped at our door yesterday said somebody called them for a welfare check. And he can't get anybody to come to the door. And there were packages left at the door and everything. And I told him what I knew, which wasn't much. And he thanked me, and I said I would call the town sheriff and see what he knows. And we kind of kept an eye on it last night, and pretty soon there were 4 or 5 cop cars there, and they were walking back and forth. I imagine they had to get a subpoena because they can't just walk in your house. They have to get a subpoena to enter your home. They do a welfare check. I believe that's how it is. They have to get permission. And we're thinking they found him dead. That's what we're thinking, because they were there for like 4 or 5 hours last night. And we were thinking, if they entered the house and found him, they'd probably have to, call the coroner and then a mortuary and try to find the next of kin and, where they're going to take him and all of that. It was 9:30 before they left last night. So, I know my brother, last year we had a hard wind. And I told my brother, I said, why don't you go over there and help him? He's only got one arm. The city will come and take the limbs away, but you have to get them to the curve. And I said, why don't you go over and help him? And my brother did. And I asked him, I said, does he look like he could be a good fishing partner? And they didn't really pursue a friendship. I don't know. My brother wasn't too interested, I guess. But I'm thinking he's just really reclusive. I know 2 people. I was approached twice. Once by a lady who works in our current nursing home. She said she tried to knock at his door to see if he wanted her to mow his lawn, and he never answered. And that was last year sometime. Well, I think he was gone, because I saw him after she knocked at my door and asked about him. And, here again, I didn't know too much. But after she left, about an hour or 2, I saw him come home in his pickup. And then the guy across the street, another time, the grass hasn't been mowed. And branches are in the yard and everything. And last year, too, he came over. The guy across the street came over. I was out working on the front porch. And he said, what do you think about our neighbor over there? And I need to glue this down a little better. I said, well, he's only got one arm. And he said, well, he really shouldn't be in that house if he can't take care of it. And I said, well, he kind of wants his independence. And he said, you're just being kind. And I guess I am. I'm going to put this down on this paper so it squirts out. I think I'm about done with this. I was having trouble with it the other night. So we were watching last night. My brother went to bed and I kept an eye on it. And they were there till about 9:30 last night. But I told my brother, I said, I don't want to live alone after, it was okay when you're younger, but I want to be around people. So, if something happens, they can dispose of me properly. I don't want somebody to have to knock at my door and find me gone. Put that in there. So there's my spring journal. So that's kind of the excitement we've had around here this weekend. Let me come out and look at chat. It's hard to commit, Mary. Sherry says, I understand. For me, it's whether it's whether I'd make it and mail it. Yeah, I don't have any trouble making stuff. It's hard for me to get stuff in the mail. I don't know what it is with me, but I just decided, I'm not going to promise somebody anymore that I'll do something and then not follow through on it, especially a swap. I did get journeys off to her. Isn't that sad, Ruth? And in a way, I kind of wish that he was not an approachable person. That's the thing. He even if I would have went over there and said, do you want us to mow your lawn? He probably would have said no. So I don't know. You know, small towns can, they can be just as hard to live in sometimes as larger cities. Just because you're in a small town does not mean that you're automatically everybody's going to be your best friend. So I imagine now we're thinking he has a son someplace, but his son should have been taking care of him. But you never know what's happening in a family, you know. So it's sad. I feel for him. He could have, you know, because we noticed for the last couple weeks there's been no movement over there. And I wish now that I would have said, hey, it's awfully quiet over there, but what if he would have been on vacation? People around here don't tell you, well, our next door neighbors and that, they must tell their family or something. They don't knock at my door and say, hey, I'm going on vacation. Don't worry about me. Hi, Joyce. Boring. Welcome, Joyce. Did Ann come in? Hi, Ann. If it's a welfare check, they can break in? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I don't think they broke. I don't think they broke in. I think they probably got permission because we didn't see them enter the house right away. It was probably about a half an hour before we saw them go in the door. We did see them. His pickup. He's got a late model pickup, and it was parked out. There's a garage out there, a fairly nice garage, and a fairly nice carport. And it was parked out there in front of the garage, and it must have been unlocked because there were 4 or 5 policemen there checking out. The door to his pickup was open, and they were checking out the interior of his vehicle. But you know, he could have slipped and fallen. He could have had a stroke. He could have had a heart attack. You know, anything could have happened to him. He could have fell down the stairs. It's a 2-story house. He could have broken a hip and not been able to get up. And we don't know. Well, I'm just surmising that he had passed away. I don't know that for sure because they sure didn't come over and tell us that everything was what everything was. Anne says, living in a small town just means everyone knows your business. Well, I wish that were true, Anne, but we don't, people around here are pretty, I imagine they tell their family their business, but I don't, you know, around here, I don't know people's business, and I hope they don't know mine. It depends on probably the town. But that cuts 2 ways. If you don't know that your neighbor's in trouble, you don't know, and that's not a good thing. You know, if my brother and I would have known that he needed help, we should have just gone over there and, well, we couldn't have done any more than knock on the door, but we knew it was pretty quiet over there. Because we don't, you know, like my brother and I, we don't go a lot as far as driving our vehicles, but we go out on the front porch. We move around people. We wave at people. They never wave back. Well, some of them are getting to wave back now, but Meri, you have us, and you will never be alone. Yeah, that's true. You know, he's an older man, so he probably, I doubt that he even had his phone was probably a landline if he had a phone. I have no idea. I know neighbors have asked me about him, so it was quite a weekend. Anne says, I lived in a very small village. It was not big enough to be considered a town. Yeah. Probably around 1,000 people here. So we finally got our grocery store closed, but they opened a pizza place, and there's a gas. We got gas now. The gas tank out in front of the pizza places. We can get gas at $4 a gallon. And my brother said he can get milk in there now. So they're carrying some groceries. And we got a post office. We've got a little town library and the police. We got a bank. So it's not a big town, but it's big enough. Riri says, I wear a panic button, though my neighbors know me and my God lives with me. Yeah. Yeah. Well, obviously this guy didn't have a panic button. I feel sorry for him. But yeah, do what you can to stay safe if you have to live alone. I told my brother I didn't want, if something happens to him, I probably won't live here. I'll probably find an apartment building around here or something. I probably won't move back to Wisconsin, but this is too much house for me, and I don't want to fall down the stairs or have a stroke and nobody find me for 3 months. Brenda says, I can't even tell you the regrets I've had for keeping to myself and not connecting with my neighbors, even just to hand them my phone number in case of an emergency. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what if you were away and your house caught on fire? You know, it'd be nice if your neighbors had your phone number so that, especially in today's world, it used to be that people didn't have unlisted phone numbers. It was pretty easy to find them. But a lot of people now, because of all the telemarketing, have unlisted numbers and they don't want to be bothered by other people. And so I made a friend here. I think I've talked about her. I'm watering their garden. They're off on vacation this week, but I'm watching their house and watering their. I was over there today. They have a beautiful backyard, and her peonies are blooming. And I sent her pictures of her peonies, and I found a bloom on her tomato plant, and I sent that to her. And we believe the same. And it's just nice to have a skin and bones friend. So I'm very thankful that we've gotten to know each other just a little bit. The good old phone book, Yellow Pages, yeah. Brenda. Hi, Allie K. Did I say hello to you? And Amber. Hi, Amber. Angie says, now you know why I'm going to write a letter to a crafter to let you all know that I passed away, because I want you all to know. Yeah. Well, I've thought about, because I don't feel like my brother or my nephew know me enough. I thought about writing my own obituary and putting it like with my birth certificate and papers like that, my insurance papers, because for an obituary, they would probably just say she lived with her brother in Harvard and passed away on such and such a date. I mean, it would probably be very small. And, I don't have a wonderful obituary, I don't have all the, what do you say, that you read in some obituaries. It's 3 columns long. But on the other hand, I feel like there's more to my life than what they probably know. So I thought about writing my own obituary and just saying, if something happens to me, it's with my important papers. Yep, you're our family, Angie. Riri says, it's small and easy, Mina. I don't get why others don't. It's no big deal. What did Mina say? Do you know why? Oh, let's see. What did Mina say? Amber Russell. Hi, Amber. Mina says, hi, Riri. The panic button is a great idea. Yeah. that little button to, if you do fall, even just say my brother, I go fishing with my brother now. I don't want him to go alone, but if he were, let's say he went into town to get his tire fixed or something, and I were alone and I fell, it would be nice to have somebody to, a button to push to say, help, I've fallen and I can't get up. All right, let's move on. I just thought I would share that with you. And if you're out there and living alone, try to make contact with your family, your nieces and nephew, grandchildren. At least give them your phone number. Or if there's nobody like that, maybe call here in Nebraska, we have the Midland area of aging. Maybe they could connect you with somebody to check on you every now and then. I think if I were living alone, that's what I would do. Because I don't think my nephew and his family, they're good people, but, they got their own life. They aren't going to do it. And I think that's probably the case with the man across the street. And here again, I don't know that he actually passed away, but I'm thinking it's been no movement around there for the last couple weeks. So I think that, and they were over there for several hours. I think they found him passed away. All right, I'm going to move on. We've had enough of that for one night, haven't we? So I'm going to put, for now, I'll put this up with all my other journals, but for right now it's going over there, and I'm going to put all my extras in here for now. And I'll have to go through it. And this was a couple of envelopes that I had out when I was mailing to journal. I'm going to keep those transparencies out. And where was the other stuff? Here. This is a glassine envelope, a little piece of paper. I guess this will be packet 41. Pocket 41. Here, let's take this out. This is another transparency sheet. It's sad. It's sad. I just in my own thought, this guy probably had enough of family and just wanted to be left alone. I don't know that. He was not very social, even after he moved in there. Let's see, I think I'm going to throw that away. That's just, what is this? Oh, that's envelope stuff. I'm going to throw it away. I'm going to put my spring art journal leftovers and this envelope in here. Yeah, as much as I would love to join Tanya's postcard swap, I think I better just hold off for a bit. Those are going up here. Let's see. What do I have here? I think I found these. These are going to go in the Cowgirl journal. And I had that little fussy cut out. And where did I put it? Did I put it in here? Did I put that fussy cut of the Cowgirl in here or not? This yakking. Let's sort this out a little. Those are hydrangeas. This is spring art journal. Spring art journal. That's just sticker sheet. These are spring ephemeras and a napkin. Here's some photos I kept out. I'll use those for something else. I don't know what I did with my cowgirl. She disappeared. She rode away. All right. Isn't that the way it goes? She'll write in here someday, and I thought, there you are. Let's put you in the Cowgirl journal. And this is a glassine envelope. And we're going to put these hydrangeas in here. And what else do I have here? Okay, that's good for now. Whoops, we'll put these in there. Make sure that, I don't know what I did with my cowgirl. All right, she'll show up in a bit. I didn't have a lot left over, but what I want to do next is not the pockets that Becky working out of. When Becky does the bits and bops, I'll work along with her. But I have some kits that when I did the inventorying, I just started putting things in kits. And what I've been doing is making a journal page, and I'm working on a transparent pages of journals with Becky, but I'm also working with those kit journal page. And before I came in here tonight, I've got 20 of these. I've got 20 of these boxes. This is number 18. I grabbed this box before I came in here tonight, and we're going to do a journal page, and we're going to do a transparent page. So let's see what I got in here. 4 for $1, Crafter's Choice. We got some bibliography. Oh, that's a neat page of a building. I think I'll pull that out. Here's a dictionary of numerically. We'll save that. We're going to save this. I want that for a journal page. I saved this for the Nebraska windmill. Can you guys see? Yeah, you can see. This was the Rural Electric magazine. Every month sends us something. This was 2018, and my mother loved windmills. I saved that. Oh, look. Style is a universal language, and it has the power to connect us. I like that. Okay, now we're getting into stuff. Here's a transparency. That'll go in the transparent. This is just, looks like I did some paint on that. I've got some pink silky ribbon, maybe for tags. I don't really want that. I'm just going through and picking some stuff out. Pattern paper. This is a gauge I saved for the steampunk journal. What else do I have here? That's a table setting, it looks like. There's my rabbit on a washi on a pattern paper here. My rabbit stamp. I'm tired of spring now. Another flower. Some more fussy cuts here. Oh, we'll save these out. This is when I did that doll, Rhonda. I forget what they're called. Those dolls that I did with the typewriter key. There's another. Some more flowers. Here's a paper sack. The butterfly pattern. It does not matter how slowly you go as long as you do not stop. Somebody sent that to me, Confucius. I think somebody sent that to me in Happy Mail. Remember, it doesn't matter how slow you go, just don't stop. Some hearts. So this is kind of like little scrappy stuff. Oh, look, here's some galaxy. I'm going to save this. Our time for art is coming up next Saturday, and the theme is space. And this is some Galaxy fabric washi tape. And here comes the train. We'll save that out. So this is kind of scrappy stuff. I'm just going to pass it by. Here's some words that says master your craft, your story matters. I'll save that. Here's a gentleman at a microphone, it looks like. I might save him. Some lacy stuff. Some hello. Well, here's some butterflies. We'll save the butterflies. Here's some black ones. Punches, die cut. Oh, and here's another Tim Holtz photo. I don't know what I was doing here. Looks like card stuff. That might have been sent to me. Here's some more washi tape. That was pattern paper. Here's some gold. I'm just figuring out what I want to do for a journal page. Here's an ATC, a winter ATC. I know I made that. Now, we're just going to put all that over here. I'm just pulling out what inspires me here. This is a magnet. This was Art Nouveau paper. This I did when we had an inchy swap. I'll save that out. And here's some more of these. Annie V sent me these. And these are children. Some more of these. Annie V sent me a whole stack of them. She sent me lots of them. Bless your heart, Annie V. Some pop dots there. Envelopes. Vintage. I'll save that. Do you have any scrap boxes like this? Here's some music paper, a tea box tag. I'll save that out. Here's some twilled tape on here. I got this from Keisha. And I'll save that. Here's a vintage card, Valentine. I'm not sure what this was. Looks like I was stitching a closure of some sort. Paper. I'm getting down to this. Work basket. We'll save that out. Here's a pattern. These are addresses and stuff. I don't want to go through those. I don't want to show you everybody's address. Just scrappy stuff. Here's some bingo cards. We'll save those out. Envelopes. Here's some scrapbook paper. We'll save that. Homemade gems. We're saving that. Here's a transparency. A whole bunch of pattern paper. And I think this came from Carhart when I was still doing the Defy auction. She quit sending individual ATCs and she started printing them off. Some Happy Mail. A project list. More. Not sure what that was. About done to the end of it. We'll say about the music paper. I'm sure somebody probably... No, this was a bicycle. We'll save that. And we'll save that. We'll save that. And that. Mark Twain. And Epiphany. I think that's supposed to be Epiphany. All right. All this other I'm going to put back in. I want to do a journal page. I'm going to do out of the kits here. This is kit 18. I've got 20 kits too. This is not for the bits and bops. This is just when I was doing my inventory stuff. I got tired of all this stuff and I said, I'm just going to put them as kits and I'll work out of them. So out of every one of these boxes, what I want to do is do a journal page. All right, I think I put the Daily Nebraskan back there and this. And I'll just work with what I pulled out. I like these little boxes. If you buy them like 20 for, they're a little expensive, but they make nice kits. I think they cost me around $30 for 20 of them. About a dollar and a half a box. All right. Let me come out and look at chat after I've done. I might use these photos. Let me come out and look at chat. Welcome to everybody who's come in. Brenda says, wonderful sentiment. Oh, there's Azure. Hi, Azure. Azure Muse, good to see you. Seems like you all need some hugs. Yes, we do, Azure, and I'll bet you do too. Virtual hugs. Send you guys virtual hugs. Amber says, thanks, Azure. Hugs are always welcome. Amber Russell is here. Allie K. Brenda. Let's go back a little. Angie said she'd be back. Azure says, we don't get to pick blood family. It's okay. Create the family you need. Yes. You know, your blood family is chosen for you, and that's okay too. I mean, I've always been thankful for my family, but you know, we are not perfect. We've had our problems like other families have. But in the end, I'm very thankful for them, all of them. My mom and dad have passed. My oldest sister has passed. I have an older brother and a younger brother, and then there's me. There's just 3 of us left. Amber says, I live with my brother and parents right now, but the rest of my family are not very dependable when it comes to caring about me or my immediate family. They don't like us half the time because we don't let them control our lives. Yeah. And you know, that's just a family thing. But who knows, Amber, there may come a time when you're able to reconnect with them. My oldest sister and I did not, because I was in 6th grade when she left home. She graduated from high school and left home. And I saw her once. I was in 6th grade. I graduated from high school. I was a freshman at the university. And she was out in California someplace, I think. And she had hooked up with this drummer in a band. And he was driving back to Iowa. He was from Iowa. And they stopped in Lincoln. I was going to school in Lincoln. And she contacted me. And we had coffee at a local cafe down there in Lincoln. And that was the last time I physically saw her. And I never heard from her until I moved up to Madison. And she found me on the internet, and she found my phone number, and she called me. I mean, it was years. It has to be 40 years since I talked to her. And we were able to kind of reconnect on the phone. I can remember she'd call me and we talked for hours. And it must have been 2006, the last year of her life. She passed away in 2007. But I'm so glad that we were able to touch base before she passed away. So if you have an opportunity, if the right time presents itself, it has to be the right time in your own life and in their life. Nobody can tell you when the right time is. But it was really, it was really nice to be able to reconnect with my sister, just, and before I knew it, she passed away. I was making sure, I guess that was my stuff over here. But let's see. Allie K says, I'm only 28, but I wonder what will happen when I'm old. I'm an only child, and no one of my cousins live near me. Well, Allie K, stay connected in the community. Stay connected with, if you go to church or like other people have said in here, you pick your family. I guess to me, it's really important to stay connected. And it kind of depends on your spirituality too, or what you believe. Try to find somebody who believes like you do, or of your own faith, or, who you're not going to conflict with. That's what I'm saying. And ask the good Lord for a friend. I've lived down here for 6 years, and I've made my first skin and bones friend, real person, a local friend. And we get along really good, but so far. And here's the thing too, you have to be a friend to have a friend. Take an interest in somebody who you think might be a friend, or and I'm not talking just to Allie K, I'm talking to anybody out there. If you're able to do something in the community, get involved in the community, that type of thing. Amber says, Angie, don't cry. We all love you. We do love you, Angie. What would Angie say? My family's not going to take care of me because they don't like me. I tell them the truth, so I will be alone. Meri, now I'm crying. Angie, if I could just wrap my hands around you. Angie, you don't know the future. You may not be alone. You're a sweet person. Don't say I'm going to be alone. Just look for a friend and come in here. I think we are so fortunate to have the internet, so we can reach out to each other, because no matter who you're friends with, they're not going to want you knocking on the door every day, all the time, But here on the internet, you can go to Tanya's chat, you could come to my chat, you could go to Lori's chat, you can go to Keisha's auction. We've got friends all over the world. Riri says, we are, Meri. Is that Beth? Hi, Art Barn Beth. Swalwell. She says, hi, Meri and everyone. I'm listening from my art barn, sending lots of love to everyone. Beth, did you hear my story about the little man next door? Becky says, on here, we can jump all day long. Yeah. And, Becky streams, I stream, Lisa streams, Keisha streams, Dee Dee, Barbone. I mean, there's not a day that doesn't go by that you cannot hop on the internet and find a live stream And most of us follow each other all around the different streams, you know, as we have time. And you'll see people in there that you know. Good to see you, Beth. She's sending lots of love to everyone. What are you up to, Beth? What are you making tonight? What are you doing in that art barn? I wish I had an art barn. I got an art room and I should be grateful for it. Amber says, very true, Meri. You guys have made me feel welcome and you guys laugh at my silly jokes. Becky said, stay as long as you can, craft along or just chat. And you know, and sometimes when you go into a chat room, you don't feel like chatting, and that's okay too. You know, you just want the company. You listen to what the host is saying, or if there's more than one host out there. You know, if two people like Ann and Deb are together and you read the chat, you don't just because you're going to a chat room, you don't. It's nice if you do participate, but some days you just don't feel like it. You just want the company without having to participate. Darlene. Hi, Darlene. Welcome, Darlene. And Brenda's here. Beth said, I had a booth at a street fair yesterday, so I'm trying to put my studio back together. Beth, every time you come in here, you're putting your wonderful studio back together, and I'm going, it's probably perfect the way it is. All right, so I want to do a quick journal page. I'm not going to try to make this a beautiful, anything beautiful. I don't know what's going on here. Looked like I was gluing something together right there. So let's see what I have here. I got some plaid tissue, and I think these are, oh, let's see what I have here. This is out of one of those craft magazines, the little local paper that we get. What's this? Wallpaper? Oh, she's pretty. Reveal. All about design, a history of enduring Washoe people and their neighbors. Must have been in California. I'm going to save her. I'm going to save this. I'm going to put together a quick art journal page. This was an envelope. Looks like I was doing some quick sketches here. I'm not so impressed with them, but I like the envelope. What else is in here? Some notes from 2018. Reverse collage. Open mail. Carve a flirty eye stamp. Costume list. Pick 10 from Lucia. Oh, and I saw Lucia popped in at the end of my chat the other day. I messaged her and said, I missed you, but welcome. I'm glad you popped in. Young boy, animal services. Young boy and a dog. Let's save this. So this was one of the local craft magazines that quilt. I get it at the quilt store. Got some vintage photos here. There's a watering can. What else is in here? More of the same. Oh, here's a tissue paper with Meri Atelier. The number 30. Looks like a Oreo cookie. Probably a button of some sort. Some stamps. All right, that's good. Here's that magazine. We'll put it over there because I pulled all this. This was out of a bicycle We'll save that and the music page. Do I have enough here to do an art journal page? I'm sure I do. So we'll save the bingo card, the work basket, and maybe that. And we'll just take everything else. And we'll come back, we'll save her. I want to do an art journal page. And I think I'll use this as a base. This is out of a magazine, Real Simple magazine. It's The Thought. Style is a universal language, and it has the power to connect us. Now, I don't want that whole... Let's take this and get it off my desk. What is this? No. And we'll just move these over for now, and I'll come back to a transparent page. Well, let's just put this out where? Over here. I'll come back to that. Hopefully it won't fall. Okay, so what I'm going to do, and I'm not going to try to, what do I want to say? I'm not going to try to be perfect when I do this stuff. I think I'll leave it almost square like that. And my pages will be different sizes. Now, I'm not going to use all of this. I just pulled what was interesting to me. I like her. Let's split this. This is Tim Holtz's photo, or similar. And I think this is layered paper too. I think I can get this separated. May not be as thick as the Tim Holtz one, but I think it's layered. And you can tear it like this. Tear off the back layer, and so your page won't be as bulky. And you know what? I think I'm going to fussy cut her, because we don't need all that gray area. And I love vintage photos like this. Let's cut this. Get it out of my way. So this is Sunday night. I'll probably only go until 10 o'clock tonight. I'm trying to end my streams a little early. Did Artedar come in? And Ray D? Hi. Artedar and Ray. Welcome, welcome. Riri's here. Becky's here. Brenda Robinson. Sherry Habeen. Amber, Riri, Brenda. Darlene. I'm seeing if I miss saying hello to anybody. I'm just kind of scrolling up. I think I got you all. Said hello to. So what is your next week going to look like? My brother's saying he wants to call the VA again, so I don't know what's going to happen there. He says he's still got back pain. And I'm trying to convince him to give it another week or so, but he thinks he's going to have a back operation. He's just got it in his head, and I'm going, that pain just doesn't disappear because you take some Advil. And he knows that, but all right, like that. And you know what? I think I'm wanting some. Do I want some work basket? Because I'm going to leave this as the journal. Style is a universal language, and it has the power to connect us. But this is a work basket from July of 1950. I'm sure I got this at one of the auctions. Ooh, there's a crocheted purse. crocheted edging. I'll probably save that. Ooh, there's a large bust. For pleasure and profit. A violet placemat. Spiderweb chair set. You know, and this looks like it's all crochet. I'm going to leave the crochet. Ooh, isn't that pretty? What is that? Is that for more of the placemat? Do any of you do thread crochet? I used to. I don't know. I haven't done it for a long time. Forgive my fingernails. They're not too bad, but I was out taking care of my neighbor's yard today. Boy, she has a beautiful yard. Oh, Dee Dee. Dee Dee. Hi, Dee Dee. Aw, Dee Dee, thank you. Oh, back at you. Blessings back at you. Dee Dee, did you just get here? Did you hear my story about our little neighbor man? They did a welfare check on him, and they were over there for about 4 hours last night. The sheriff or the deputy knocked at my door and wanted to know what we knew about him, which was nothing. And hi, Lori Pink Girly. Hi, Journey. Oh, thank you, Dee Dee. And we think that he probably passed away, and we've been talking about him tonight and about not keeping yourself separated from people. You know, get to know somebody in your community, especially as we get older. Hi. Oh, Darlene is here. I said hello to Darlene. Yeah, you heard that. You know, it's kind of scary when, you know, I know it happens. You know, I watch YouTube. But it's kind of scary when it happens to you, you know, or to your neighbor. Hi, Tanya. There's Tanya. Welcome home, Tanya. Dee Dee says, group hug. Hi, Teresa C. Oh, you guys are popping in on me. Hi, Teresa. Riri, Tanya, Mina, Dee Dee, Darlene, Becky. I'm looking for something to put in here besides a bingo card. I want a bingo sheet. I don't want this to go all night, though, so I don't want to belabor this. Let's see, and I might take one of these. I'm sure this was sent to me. I like Your Story Matters. So I might do that. Your Story Matters. Here, this is a good one. Forgive them, even if they are not sorry. We all need to forgive the hurt in our life. If we've been hurt by somebody, we need to learn to forgive, even though the person who hurt us may not even realize. They may not, well, they may realize, but they may not be sorry. They may not think that they hurt you. So you just need to learn to forgive. And I'm talking to myself here. But I like this. Your Story Matters. I think I'll cut that out. I'll just cut it out and then I'll straighten it up later. I think I got this in Happy Mail. I get a lot of Happy Mail from you guys. And I love it. All right, we're putting this here. I want something in this Work Basket magazine. Lori says, forgiving is easy. Forgetting is hard. Yes, but, you know, forgetting comes with forgiving. But I don't, and when I say the Lord's Prayer, there's no place in the Lord's Prayer that says, forget them, forget it happened. You know, we're always going to know that it happened. I mean, as time goes by, the hurt isn't as bad. But every time you think of it or don't dwell on it, because the more you dwell on it, the worse it becomes. You know, and I have found in my personal life, And I'm just talking about my personal life. The minute I find that I'm dwelling on something too much, I mentally take that thought and drag it by drag it by its head, by its hair, like a caveman. You know, you see these pictures of caveman, and I'll put it under the cross. And then I'll say to myself, I'm free. I left it there and I'm walk away. Now that's just how I deal with it. But that doesn't say that it doesn't my thought it doesn't come back. You know, you're never gonna really truly forget unless you lose your mind. So um it doesn't say forget their trespasses, it says forgive it. Every time that it comes up, forgive it again. And I'm talking to myself a lot here too because I struggle with it like everybody else does. Orange refrigerator torte, graham crackers, melted butter, sugar, cinnamon, marshmallows. We've got all that. I don't have orange juice. I got grapefruit juice. And I don't have whipping cream. So we'll have to go to another recipe. Quick coffee cake. That sounds good. Ooh, butter, sugar, eggs. We got all that. Flour, salt, baking powder, milk. We got all that. Brown sugar, nuts, cinnamon, butter, flour. I could make a coffee cake. Probably something like a cinnamon roll. Oh, I'm looking for something else. Big money. Assembling lapel pins for big profit. Opportunities not. Ruffled apron. Tatted medallion as a collar trim. Oh, that's pretty. Anybody in here tat? Aw, Miss Liberty. Aw. Basket of books. What do I want to use here? I'm at the end. I'm back to the large basket. All right, I'll have to find something in here. I keep all the crochet. I buy these. It's a 1950. I buy them to art with, and then I get reading. Have you heard about materials to simplify casting, spray away, hook rug maker, preserving floral beauty? Here she's doing dried flowers. I'm going to read that. Those are probably dried flowers. Women who make scents. Aunt Ellen's Club Notes. June is a month when many clubs have all-day picnics, community recreation gatherings. Do all the clubs actually have each member answer roll call? Braided rugs are proving popular with many clubs. This is 1950, July of 1950. Strawberry festivals are fine for June, but make the one your club has individual and different from others. Program suggestions. Refreshment hour. 2 packages of cherry jello. I'm kind of eyeing this. This is pineapple crochet. I think I'll grab that, and we don't need, maybe I'll grab this. It's a little smaller because I'm going to use some music. How to make candy. I think if I cut this out, well, let's cut it here. I don't think I'll just be getting an ad on the other side, so. I spend half my time looking. I'm not going to spend all night on it, she says, and then she reads the whole book before she cuts out a little doily here. All right, we got that. Let's get a strip of music. I think I'll tear. Looks like I've torn before. This is music with no words. No, it has words. What did I do with that ruler? We're going to take a strip of music. What are you chatting about out there? Lori, hello, Lori. Lori says, hi, Dee Dee. Sherry's here. Becky, thank you. Great ideas. What did Becky say? Please take your time, Mary, Brenda says. Dare B is here. Becky says, I agree, Darlene. What Becky says, Sherry, look up a quote, draw something or put a border around the pages. What did Sherry say? Sherry says, Becky, I decorated my comp book. Now to figure out what to do inside. And Becky said, draw something, do a border, or decorate the pages. I was watching Tanya a little bit this afternoon, and Julie, there are 2 pages here. No, that's just pretty thick paper. Julie said, Julie was asking about, Tanya was talking to Julie about making her own composition book. And you know, that might be fun to do. Because Tanya was saying, all you have to do is, and you know what I have? Right behind me here. I'm not going to do it tonight. I'm going to show it to you. And where did I put it? It's in here somewhere. Hold it. Just because I want it. Here. This was probably one of my brother's grandsons. Big Chief, son of Big Chief, the original tablet. Oh, it's John, of course. That's my brother's step-grandson. Or stepson, I guess. Stepson. But anyway, it's old tablet paper. And I was watching Tanya this afternoon, and you could almost take this, cut it in half, and, well, maybe even in thirds. So we're talking about making a mini composition book. Sew it down the side there and flip it over and make a cover for it, and you've got a composition book. But you'd want it this way so that the lines need to go this way. But you could still cut it into thirds. And you'd have an old tablet, and I got more paper in here. I'm going to keep that out. Another project. Let's do this, Mary. All right, so I got that. These are going to go back in the box over here. I'm just going to, I've got this bicycle. What, do we want an old bicycle? The history of bicycles. There's an old bicycle there, and of course, here. And I think I like this one here. And it looks like I sprayed it with something. We're just going to tear that out. Rosemary Morris style here. She doesn't cut. Well, she does cut. She does a lot of tearing with her ruler. Darlene says, forgiveness is a weight lifted off my heart. Yes, it is. What are we talking about? Brenda says, quick. Okay, I'm back, Angie says. Dip those graham crackers before they dissolve. Graham crackers. Graham crackers. Yeah, I bought some graham crackers the other day, and I've been eating them for breakfast. I've been munching on them for breakfast. Ooh, we got that too. All right, and I'm gonna save that out. That's going in. What else do I have? I've got some postage stamps here. I've got the number 30 and we've got this envelope. I may save that. And I've got this little boy and this some little pictures here off of this newsprint. Let's tear these out. I might have to cut this one. And there's a dog and a little boy running here. Looks like Fancy Flower, Minnesota Best XXX flour sack. We're going to get the boy and the dog. And maybe the flourish. And really, I'm just kind of taking what calls to me here. There's really no rhyme or reason. I'm not trying to make a page that makes sense, except for the verse says, style connects us. We'll make it make sense once I get it cut out here. And I guess I'll save that. What's this one? This one has a lady painting here. Ooh, that would go good with the style. Let's do that one. She's painting on a canvas. Picture of looks like of a man. All right. And then all I have left is my envelope. So let's put all of these aside for now with the others. I might come back to them when I do the, oh, we want this lady. And I think I'll save this. All right, let's see what I can do with what I have. And I think I need a blank page on the back. So let's get all of this off. I'm not saying I'm going to use it all, just because I saved it. I'm going to start out with this. And I think I'm going to use Yes Paste because it's paste. Let me reach for it. And wax paper to protect my beautiful tabletop here. Looking is the fun part. Yeah, it is, Brenda. Sing it, Mary. Sing that song. I'm still, the song with, the song to bring Coral back was Sing a Song. And I was going to look up the melody. I know it, but I can't, though I don't know it good enough to sing it. We're going to put this right here. And I'll tear this off after I get this other paint glued down. So I have my palette knife and a towel here, just a towel that was laying out. Hi, Dee Dee, and those I missed, Angie says. Brenda says, Mary. Angie says, do you all ever get in one of those moods that all you want to do is cry? Oh, Angie, don't cry. We love you. But I have to say, I get in those moods too, Angie. You're normal. You're normal. We love you, Angie. And this is a good place for you to be when you're like that. Because you know you have friends. You know we love you. All right. You know what? I think I'll tear off the Real Simple magazine. Angie, crying sometimes is good for you. Don't cry for weeks at a time, but I used to cry a lot. And it's a release. It's a release of your emotions. Now, if you cry all the time, that's another story. But it's okay to cry sometimes. It's okay, Angie. We love you. Yeah, Lori says sometimes a cry is a good cleansing. That's what I'm trying to say, Lori. Aw. Lori says, I'm singing April Showers. Who knows why? I don't know April Showers. All right. So I'm going to, let me mark this with the pencil here. There and there. So I know where to stop my glue. And let's tear this. And this will just be a single page. I'm not going to try to fold it in half or anything like that. If my journal will probably be all pages of all different sizes. But I'm only going to glue down to these marks, and I could use tape, but let's do the yes paste since I have it out. So I'm only going to glue over to here and down to there. And I'm going to use my palette knife because that's what I like to use with my yes paste. And you don't need a lot. I got a lot on my knife, but I don't need all of that. Let's get rid of some of it. And let's start up here in the corner. And of course it's very, oh, and look what I did. I'm so good. I'll tell you, I don't know where I get all my talent, but somebody taught me. I'm only going to do about half of it here. And you want to get it glued pretty good, but I always have to come back and do the corners and the edges again. All right, and we're gonna put this right down, and it doesn't matter if it's crooked or anything, because it's just gonna be glued to a sheet of copy paper. Now let's go ahead and do the rest of it. And this is really, now if I were Dee Dee, I would be doing another world in here. She'll take her collage paper and she makes a world. She says, create your own world. I'm not sure that this is a world. This is more going off of the theme. I'll read the verse here as soon as I get it done. The verse that was on this page. Let me get this glued in here. I think this glue is a little sticky. There. I'm pulling it off the side here. I do like yes paste a lot. I think if they could formulate a glue stick, Yes Paste, I would be very happy with them. A Yes Paste glue stick. The thing about Yes Paste, though, if you leave it out too long, it will dry out. Well, I suppose glue sticks would too. If you don't put the cap on them, eventually they'll get scummy and dry. But Yes Paste reminds me of a big old glue stick. In fact, I think I would just as soon have Yes Paste as a glue stick. And I like how I can spread it with my palette knife. All right, let's just bring this down and there we go. And I'm going to fold this in half just so that the sticky is on the inside here. Put that back on. Well, now, oh look, where's my, I didn't get this very good. I never get the corners and the edges as good as I think I do. All right, now we're going to take my ruler and we're going to tear. Come on. Tear that. I'm going to throw that away. And do I want to tear this? How many inches is this? It's 8.5. I think I'm going to leave this here because it's 8.5 this way and 8. Well, about an 8 1/4 this way. We're just going to leave it like it is. All right. So now let's do some bingo numbers. Shall we do some bingo numbers here? Strip. Let's tear a strip of bingo numbers. There. Not here. The verse says, style is a universal language and it has the power to connect us. Garance, G-A-R-A-N-C-E, door. Love, style, life. And I think I'll come down right to there and we might do something up here. And let me get another. This is where you need to have a magazine out that you don't care about. I generally get them out and then I put them away again. So we're going to get another piece of wax paper. And I'm just going to get a little glue here. And so I'm basically doing a collage here. And, oh, we could put the music up here. We could put a strip of music up at the top. It just fits. And down at the bottom, maybe too. Let's, how much? About 3/4 of an inch, which would be about right in there, approximately. Doesn't have to be perfect. And we're going to put this in here. Tear that off. And tear that off. And I like a palette knife because I can get around the edges here. That glue, sometimes if you dip down, you forget about everything that's along the edges. And I like to clean my edges off. That's one reason I like my palette knife. Oops. Yeah, let's make it go this way. And right about there. So I'm not really doing art. I'm doing glue booking. All right, now down in here, I think I want this lady because we're going to start connecting, but I want something in there too. So let's grab. I like this lady. Ooh, we could put her. If we put her there and this here, we have this. We could put her behind. We could put her down here. But that's going to cover, unless we bring it way over. And let's tear this. And this is tissue paper, so it will probably glue down pretty good. And I'm going to put her right down in here, and I'll probably cut part of her off. I want my verse to show. Let's put her right in here. I actually like her better up in here. What I want, how would it look if I have some bingo numbers? Ooh, let's do that. Let's put some more bingo numbers on this side. 2 rows of them. And put her in here. And where's my other lady? Her up here. I kind of like that. I could have her coming up a little. No, I like her down. All right. Mary's thinking, where did I put my palette knife? I don't have enough room on my desk for everything. I think I got sticky on both sides of this wax paper. . Now, where's my lady? Where's my lady? There's that lady. Where's my other lady? She's right here. I'm going to put her right in here. Let those bingo numbers show through. I don't know. I might have to be kind of careful gluing this. That can be tossed because it's all sticky. And let's put her right down. Right down there. Oh, I like that. And this will be trimmed off. I gotta clean these scissors. There. Yucky. Dee Dee says, Mary's got her number. Dee Dee, you have my number. I have your number. Thank you so much for the super chat, Dee Dee. The number showing through like that, Brenda says. The image on the woman's face, the lady. Yeah. Hi, Sharon Lombard. I like those numbers showing through. That's cool. Now we have this too, which is Atelier here, Hoffman. And that could actually go up in here with the music kind of, the Atelier up in here. I'll come back to that. I want to get this trimmed off. These scissors need to be cleaned. I don't know if, see, they're sticky. Let's get a different, I need to clean these. Keep them out. Let's see if these are any better. I used them with that double-sided tape. And I should have only used my old scissors with them. And I don't think there's anything on there I want to save. So, you know, I'm wanting to tie this all together, especially around the edges. I'll probably leave her face alone. But I'm thinking some walnut ink would be fun. Where's my other lady? I'm getting too much stuff here. Scissors, 3 pair of scissors, a palette knife. What happened to my other? Here, she's upside down. I don't know if I like her up here now. I could put her over here. Kind of like her right in there, maybe. Yeah, right here. And then we'll put something in there. I like that. Let's do that. And get another. You need to get out an old magazine rather than wax paper all the time. Use an old magazine for a glue sheet. Let's put these back. They need to be cleaned. Keep my Tim Holtz ones out. I tore the backing off of this, but it's still pretty thick. Put a little bit more glue on this. And of course, when you glue, see, you got sticky on there. That's why you need a magazine, and then you just flip the page. Let's put her right here, because style is a universal language and it has the power to connect us. I'm going to put her right here. I'm liking that. Now, just because I got all this stuff out doesn't mean that oh, look, we got to get our painting lady in there. Can you guys see her? She's at a canvas. She's painting a canvas. Here's her head, and here's the canvas. She's seated. Where am I going to put her, though? Uh-oh, there's no room for her. How about the bicycle? We might have to save these for the transparent sheet. They got the little baby on. I mean, the little grandma doing looks like she's reading a newspaper there. Whoops, let me come down a little. Looks like she's reading a newspaper. Let's fussy cut her out a little bit more. This was just out of one of those community, you know, that advertises all the quilt shops and that. That's where this came from. Actually, she comes down in here. Goes right in there. And maybe I'll put the music on first. Oh, I want that to show. Something like that. Maybe bring it down a little more. Actually, I like this upside down better, because then I can cover this up. And I still have my notes in there. I could bring this clear over like that. All right, let's put this on. Oh, I got this. Which side do I want to use? I think I'll use this side. It makes more sense. And I'm not going to glue this. Dee Dee, Tim and I, oh, hi, Linda. Linda says, Dee Dee, Tim and I love the Happy Mail. Tim thinks you sent the tape measure tape just for him. It's just for him. Of course she did, Linda. Of course. Dee Dee says, of course I did. All right. I think I have more notes on the other side than I do on this side. So I'm going to put this down in here. Just sort of like that. Now we're going to put the little lady wearing, reading the newspaper. Oh, we're going to cover this notes up. That's okay. We're going to put her right there. Now, I just have this little spot, and I'm going to throw that away. We got this that says, Big Reveal Design is all about, Big Reveal is all about design. What would it look like if I put that in there? No. How about some postage stamps? Let's get them out. It's postage stamp paper. It's scrapbook paper. I like this. It's got a bit of red. Let's tear. Yeah, I think I'm going to tear it like that. And let's tear this. What that is. Yep, that's just perfect. Right in here. Maybe a little bit more. So you don't have to be a master artist to go do some collaging like this. Just go look through some magazines, like Dee Dee was tearing out of some of her art magazines that she had, and just pick things that appeal to you. And of course, Dee Dee threw away what didn't appeal to her at the time. And well, you can do that too. Good way to get rid of your magazines. And then just build a collage like this, and before you know it, you've got an art journal page. All right, let's put this down next. And this is going, what my goal is, I've got 20 boxes that I made kits from just stuff that I've had around here, and I still have stuff around here. I could do 20 more boxes. But what I want to do, what my goal is to make a page out of every box, and I'll build a journal, and I'm going to call it my inventory box journal. Now we're going to put my little lady right in here, right in there. We could probably, no, she fits right there. So let's do that next. And I feel like this was part of the magazine, but I feel like maybe a postage stamp or something up in there. Or maybe that storytelling. I cut that storytelling, what I did with it. Our story, your story matters. Journal spot right up in here. Your story matters. Right in there. All right, let's do this. I want to design a stamp, an eraser stamp tonight. I want to do a stamp off of that sketch we did the other night of coral. Of course, it'll be much smaller. And I want to carve a stamp of coral, our coral fairy, whose name is Coral. All right, now I think all I want to do on here, whoop, I glued it to my wax paper. I meant to glue it there. I glued it right to the wax paper. Oops. Don't do that. Glue it to your drop paper. Probably enough sticky on there, but I'm going to put some more on there. All right, move the paper, Meri. I had it all placed nice. There. And, well, your story matters. I'm going to trim this up a little. And you know, I want something. Maybe that tissue. Where's that atelier? We're going to save these. We're going to save this. That's scrap. I need something in here. Just something to background. Oh, my crochet piece. Oh, okay. And if you make a goof like I did, just laugh about it. Just laugh at your silliness and go on. Laugh at your imperfections. I have done so many dumb things online. Don't worry. Don't worry, Meri. Everybody does dumb things online. I'm fussy cutting out this little crochet doily. Pineapple doily, I think it is. And the only thing on the back was advertisement, so I didn't get any of the instructions. And I think I want to put this right here because it kind of fills in that white spot. You can still see their heads. I could put something in there too. All right, let's do this. Maybe a postage stamp or something. Where's my flower? Right there. My doily. Don't glue it to your wax paper. That's a no-no. And we're going to put it right like that. That's good enough. And then we're going to trim this up a little. And I'm going to hit this with some walnut ink. Kind of pull it all together and make it vintagey. Your story matters. Oh, I don't like that there. I like it here better. Do I want the postage stamps there? Yes. Maybe even a little crooked there, and then this. I don't like it crooked. Just like that, I think. Maybe even down a little. if I cover those numbers up. I need some space around there. Maybe the 2222222. Let's let all the twos show. 22222. 2222222. All right, that's what I'm going to do. Don't overthink it, Meri. They're always telling you not to overthink stuff. Look, there's some flowers there. Meri thinks, and thinks. Meri thinks too much. Too much. Right there. And then we're going to do this right in here. Right there. I got plenty of glue on my palette knife. More than I need, to tell you the truth. It's like a glue stick. There. Now, I think I'm happy with that. And then only thing on the back is blank paper. We'll deal with that another day. Let's trim this. Now, I think I'm done. Well, we'll put this here. Let's take all my little scrappies. They'll go back in the kit. Well, I'm going to do a transparent page. Or maybe we'll save the transparent page for Becky's Bits and Bops. Because it's getting late and I want to design that stamp. Let's take. I want to do the walnut ink kit. And Jude got me started doing this. She reminded me every time I put this back, Meri, if you just put a piece of wax paper over your jar, it'll be easier to open again. You won't have to get those scissors out. So finally I started doing it and I like it. But I like my other trick too. Okay. So this, all of these little tidbits, this that I took out, the bicycle. There's my cowgirl. We'll put her up with the cowgirl stuff. This is all trash. The big reveal here. All right. And this tissue paper, the little boy. See, I've got enough to do another journal page. Put my ruler away, and it falls on the floor. Envelope. All of this is going back in the box 18. Oh, there's more. Hold on. All of this is going back in box 18. Let's get it out and put it in. How many journals can I make out of box 18? Well, it might be a while. Let me just start putting stuff in. And that's about how I put it in, too. Just fit it in there, because I'll be pulling it out another day. I'm going to keep the transparent sheets out. And I might keep, oh, there's Mark Twain. Here's another transparent sheet. Keep my photos out here. Scrapbook paper. Might keep that twill tape out. Keep the everything. Look at this. It does not matter how slowly you go as long as you do not stop. That's Confucius. Somebody sent that to me in Happy Mail. It's a tag. Somebody made that. I love it. I love the writing on it. See, the top artists in the world right here at my desk. All right. All right, we're back down to the bottom, except I'm going to save the little photos and the twill tape out. I'll go over here. So box 18 has more fodder in it. Someday I'll get it out again and make something else. Maybe tags. Oh, we didn't put these in. Tags or transparent pages or ATCs right in there. It's so nice and neat. It's a scrap box with all sorts of goodies in it. Come on, get in there. Now you came out. There. Box 18. Box 18. Oh, we forgot a page. Well, you know what? It's just a index page. I'm going to do the good correct thing and throw it away because I don't want to open the box again. It's just text. All right. So now, the only thing I have left that I want to do on this page is vintage it with some walnut ink. So I'm pretty happy with it. It's just a collage page. And I'm not going to spray. I'm going to just take my brush. And I did this the other night. This is the brush I used. What did I do that on? The Cowgirl Journal. And we're going to get this walnut ink out. It's got alcohol in it. It's just boiled walnut shells, and you boil them in water, let them boil for a long time, then let them sit just like you were doing eco dyeing. And black walnut, and that's kind of what it looks like. And then I put, you can do a couple different things. See if I can get this open. I put alcohol in mine, and I just kind of guesstimated. I put alcohol in it to just, you know, maybe for this whole jar, maybe not even a fourth, maybe less than a fourth. Probably a couple caps of alcohol at the most to keep the mold out. I just guesstimated. I have no recipe. And the other thing, I don't like working with alcohol ink this thin to write with. So I wanted it a little bit thicker, and I didn't have anything at hand. So I took some cornstarch, and you mix it real thin. You don't let it get starchy and thick like a gravy. You don't do that. I just mix it, I think, with cold water. And I can't remember if I heated it up just a little. You don't want a gravy. You don't want gravy. You want it to be very watery and thin, but still it's enough of a thickener that I mixed it with one of those jelly jars, not a whole bunch, maybe a couple tablespoons, and really thin cornstarch, and it seemed to work for me. I don't have it with me, but now this will dry lighter, And I'm just going to go over everything. Well, I might leave her face. I might leave her face and kind of push the rest of this maybe in the background. And look, this is all off of one brush. And it will dry lighter. I'm going to leave the faces, I think. And maybe I'll leave the verse, but I'll get around it. Of course, this is a photo, so it's got a coating. It's not going to absorb the ink. And I'm not going to do anything to her face. And I think I do want a little bit on her dress. And a little bit in there. And I think that's all I want. Now, this does dry lighter. You'll see I'm going to hit it with the heat gun. Need to be sure that I get this lid on tight, because if I spill it on the carpeting, I'm in trouble. I don't want my brother to have to do a new rug. So I've been pretty careful with that stuff. Don't want to set it on fire or anything either. All right, now let me get the heat gun out. Heat gun alert coming up. If I can find it. It's over the edge. All right, heat gun alert. Won't take but a minute, and then I'll come out and chat. I should document on here. I don't think I want to document on the back, because maybe I'll document in here after it's dry, because I'm going to do something on the back another time. See how it's dried lighter? And it's not really completely dry yet. That walnut ink just kind of tied those elements together. Not a whole lot. They're still separate elements. But it's all been kind of pushed back. All right, we'll let the rest of it air dry. Let me document it. See if I can find the right pen that I want. Is it this one? Chisel tip. Now, I need to get my pens out. Let's see, this is 22? Yeah, 22 2022. Box 18. I know what that means, and then I'll just sign it. There. And now I'll put it with my others, but I have to dig my others out, and I'm not going to do that here. So let me come out and chat a little, and then we'll work on my Coral Fairy stamp. What's going on? Becky, Linda says, Becky, hugs and prayers. Did Becky leave? Becky says, she is hot. Wait a minute. What did Becky say? Becky said, my first grader was taken off of life support today. Oh, please hold. Becky, oh, here. Becky says, please hold my sister Robin in your hearts. She just learned, she just learned this. My first grader was taken off of life support. Becky's sister is an art teacher, I think. She teaches. I don't know if she's an art teacher. She teaches. She says, my first grader was taken off of life support today, and one of our high school students was killed in a gunfight last night. On Wednesday, she is having surgery. Oh my goodness. This is Robin. This is Becky's sister. If you guys will just give a minute of thought for Becky, let me say a quick prayer. Father God, thank you so much for our art group. Thank you that we can socialize over our art and get to know each other and share the good times and the hard times. Lord, I'm so thankful to have this group of people to talk to when I come in to my live streams. And Father, we just lift up Becky's sister Robin to you. Lord, we pray for the times that she's going through. We just pray that you would help her get through it, send her strength, send her support in the way that you know that she can receive it. Lord, she and Becky's family are in our hearts and in our prayers. Father, we pray for the family of the first grader that was taken off of life support today. Lord, we pray for the families that are going through hard times. We just don't know the pain that other people are feeling. And we pray for the family of the young man that was killed in a gunfight. Lord, we don't understand so many things, but we just ask that you would comfort the family. And Father, thank you so much. Thank you so much that we have each other to talk to. And we can bring our sorrows and our joys to you and lay them at your feet. And we can walk away free. Thank you, Father God. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you guys for praying. And let's just keep Becky's family in our hearts and prayers. Robin says, tell everyone that you love them. It becomes, do it so much that it becomes awkward. Oh, that's interesting. Robin says, tell everyone that you love them. Do it so much that it becomes awkward. That's almost a quote, isn't it? Thank you, guys. I keep thinking that I'm going to break this glass. I hear it, but it just must be something underneath the glass because I don't feel any cracks or anything. But I keep hearing it. It'll probably break on me sometimes. Sometimes I put these scissors down and I put them, like that. And I go, ooh, be careful, Meri. Mina says, Becky, that's why I use so many heart emojis. I agree with Robin. Thank you guys for all the amens. And Becky, we love you. We enjoy you every time you come into our streams. We enjoy going to your streams. And for those of you who missed the beginning of my stream tonight, I'm going to show this again. I finished my spring art journal. I used this, Becky says it's organza ribbon. And I tied it in the same way that Becky, I bound it. It's hard to see all the X's with a bigger ribbon like this, but it really worked very nice. And then I needed a closure on mine because mine's a little bit thick, and without that closure it wobbles. But let's go ahead and open it here. Oh, where's the other tie? So I did this not tonight. I bound it this afternoon, but I did the closure tonight. And this style of binding works real good. All you do is you get a very, very long piece, of ribbon or string or whatever you're going to bind it with. I found that this fit through these holes very nice. I was a little worried about it because it's about 1.5 inches, but it folds up nice because it's organza, and once you get it threaded through, it does thread through there. And the pages turn nice. This is the cover. And the first page, the pop-up for the second page, the little bunny rabbit we did, and I have vintage photos in there. I'm not going to take them out again. And the third page, we did a little, Becky did a zine, I did a little accordion fold, and there's a pocket here. How come that's not going in there? I'm not going to untie this again, but that's another accordion fold booklet. And there's a pocket here with some more vintage photos. There's a little baby getting a bath in a bathtub, a little tub. And this is a door that opens, and there's a vintage photo of a girl at a bird bath there. Some Tim Holtz label tape. I got the word May here, another door that opens this way. I should really, well, I guess there's no room for it. I'm always wanting to open it like this because my tab is there, but it opens this way. And just a little vintage photo of a girl with a flower wreath on her hair. I love these tulips. I made a pocket out of that. There's a verse on the inside. There's a hidden verse there about the tulips, and some more vintage photos of children. Here they're doing a maypole dance. I got that out of a Reminisce magazine. I love that photo. So they fit in there. There's some silhouettes. I got these from Annie V. These spring illustrations all came, these are stickers here, but these and the little vintage girl over here all came from Annie V. And these were a illustration here. I fussy cut them out. And these go in the pocket here. And the next page is this I got at the Dollar Tree. This is one big sticker, but I think it comes apart. I left the sticker on the back of it and glued the whole thing down. I think this, I started to peel the sheet off of the backing sheet off of the sticker, and it came back, it would come off in parts. And I didn't like that, so I glued everything down, including the release paper. And this is the back inside cover. And I don't know what you guys are seeing. This is a dried daffodil. And it's kind of dark. I wish I would have splashed it with some yellow color, but I can't take it apart now. And some hydrangea stickers. And then my back page I did tonight. And I used one of my floral clusters here. It's nice and flat. I think it's going to work. I'm going to journal on this later. I'm not going to do it tonight because I have to think about, I think I'll put Spring Journal 2022 created by following Aunt Beck's creations. And then I'll put my name. And then another spring illustration there. So I'm really happy with how this turned out. I think it turned out really nice. It's nice to have a completed journal. And then this is the closure that I did this closure tonight. And I'm just going to tie this into a bow. I will probably not be tying and untying this a lot unless I'm showing it like I am tonight. I mean, it isn't like I'm going to read this every day. So there we go. And now my page here is dry. I was going to do a transparency page, but I want to go on to coral. So let's put this up here out of my way. I need these. I can get some, put my tape away. This goes into the Cowgirl Journal. I need this. I need my pen. And I need an eraser. Do I have an eraser here? I don't think I do. Oh, we don't need these. They go up there. I can put my wax paper away. I need an eraser. Let me reach over here. I get things out and then I move them around and I don't know where they go to. So let me get an eraser out. Look, I have box 50. I have this. We worked in it last. I haven't put that away yet. Let me reach over here and see if I can find an eraser quick. Oh, look. Nope. There. Here we go from the last time. And I need the sketch that we did the other night. Coral is our little fairy. The other night, Friday night, we did a list of Fibsville fairy. Not Fibsville. Fibdiggity now. Fibdiggity, which is a new name for Fibsville. Fibsville is still out there. It's just in the Historical Society of Fibsville. But anyway, Coral is our little fairy. We did a story a couple weeks ago where Ruby Rose and Bandit were out urban sketching and they heard some rustling in the grass and it turned out to be our little Maisie. And you guys know that I told the story of Maisie, a couple years ago. And so Maisie and Ruby Rose have now become friends. And Ruby Rose wanted to show Maisie where she lived, but Maisie was too big to fit down the gnome home. So they called on, Ruby Rose has a fairy friend called Coral. And the special power that Coral has is that she can make living beings smaller and larger. Now, I kind of got this from Alice in Wonderland, the smaller and larger part, because I was watching Dee Dee a couple weeks ago working in her Alice in Wonderland art journal. And of course, Ann Lar has an Alice in Wonderland, Junk Journal Johnny, and I want to do Junk Journal Johnny's Alice in Wonderland. I'll get to it one of these days. And, but anyway, so Coral came and made our little girl, Maisie, who's probably, maybe about, not even 4 feet, maybe about 3 feet high. You know, she's just a young little girl. But, you know, Ruby Rose is, of course, a gnome, and she's a little girl gnome, and she's way small. She's probably less than a foot high, probably 8 or 9 inches high. And so Coral made Maisie as small as Ruby Rose so that she could go down into the home, and they went and they played and everything. But Maisie said, I need to be back home. I need to be my little girl size, my real little girl size by 5 o'clock so my grandma won't worry about me. And of course, when 5 o'clock came, Coral was not to be found. And that's kind of how we left the story when I told it. Coral, we didn't know, you know, fairies are known to be mischievous. And they thought Coral was just hiding from them. But we learned from Becky Waters, who was listening to the story, she posted in the comments section that Coral was captured by an evil power and he's holding her captive. So we did a list. One night we sat here and did a list of things that Ruby Rose and Maisie could do to free coral. Well, we had so many things, suggestions from you guys did this list, that I couldn't pick just one. We ended up with 12 of them. Well, actually, we got 13 now, a baker's dozen. And I'm not going to read them all, but this is a list of things that Ruby Rose and Maisie could do to get coral back. Well, I couldn't pick just one, so I decided on my very own, that evil power had 12 fairies in captivity. So what we did the other night, Friday night, is we named all the fairies that were in captivity. We started out with 12, and Ann Lar came up with one just at the end called Tinker Boy, and I had to add it. So now we've got a baker's dozen of fairies that are in captivity. And I'm not going to read all the things here, but we gave them each a name. We named their special power, their mischievous nature. What do they do when they want to be ornery? And the color of like their outfit. Like Coral will have a coral fairy dress, and her wings might be kind of coral. She might have red hair, golden red hair, sort of. But Coral is the fairy that we're going to do first, because she is the one that we need to get back for Maisie. And so Coral is her name. The special power is she can make any living thing larger and smaller. When she's mischievous, and I get a giggle out of this, she trips mean people or beings by turning little twigs into logs. So she uses those logs to trip mean people. And the way that we're going to free her is we sing a special song, and I picked that by one of these over here. And so we needed a special song, and so Teresa gave us a special song, and that's right here, and it goes to the tune of sing a song. And I can't sing the song tonight because I don't know the tune. I don't have that down yet. But it goes, sing a song, make it simple to last the whole night long. Don't worry that it's not good enough for anyone else to hear. Just sing a song. And then when Coral hears us singing that song, she knows she's free to fly. And that's how we're going to free her and bring her home. So then Friday night, right at the end, I went out to usplash.com and I looked at a photo to get a pose of Coral sitting on a well, actually, she's got bars on here. And I was reviewing chat, and I think Mina said that something that bars, that Perry can't get out of bars or something. But maybe Mina can restate that here if she's listening. But I decided that our song, when we sing this song, it's going to free all those bars. We'll sing the song and the bars will just break free, and Coral knows that she's free to fly. So what I want to do here is I'm actually going to take this sketch, not tonight because I don't have time. I'm going to take this sketch and I'm going to put it in my little journal of all the Ruby Rose. And we've got another sketch, and I was looking for that journal and I don't have it at hand here, but we got another sketch where where Maisie and Ruby Rose meet. And I need to color those. I just haven't done it yet. But tonight we're going to take this sketch, and what I want to do over here on this side is take one of my erasers, and I want to design a stamp, if I can, and carve a stamp. And I would love to be able to clean this up enough, get it nice enough that I can put it in Fib Diggity art group and make a color book page out of this little story that we're telling. but I don't know. We'll just have to see. I dig myself into all of these things, and I'm not able to get out again. You guys are going to have to sing a special song to free me. So let's look at chat. Let's go up to here where Amber says, thank you, Meri, and all for being here. Lori says, weebles and wobble. I'm not sure what that is. I love each and every one of you, Angie says. There's not a day that I don't think of you. Here comes the tears again. Oh, Angie! Angie, we love you too. You stop that crying right now. Becky says, if you recently bought Jif peanut butter, check the recall before you eat it. All right, check that recall on Jif peanut butter. I think we buy Skippy, but I don't eat a lot of peanut butter. I should eat more maybe than I do because it probably has protein in it. I eat a lot of pecans. I buy pecans. They're kind of expensive, but I do buy them. And I like to put them on my bagels. I like to melt cheese on my bagels and then press the pecans in the melted cheese. So I like to do that. Sherry says, we love you, Angie. Y says, sweet and elegant. Becky says, the product code lot for the range for the impacted product is 1274425-2140425. You got that? Becky said it. It's in chat. The first 7 digits must end with 425, which represents the product manufacturer in Lexington, Kentucky. It's a recall on Jif peanut butter. Y says, what is the name of that dance? We do have that dance in Mexico. Oh, is that the Weeble and Wobble one? I don't know. I'm just reading chat here, trying to make some sense of things. Oh, yes, I heard about that recall today, Amber says. Angie, Meri had me tearing up also. Aw, Amber, I don't mean to make you guys cry. Now I'm going to cry. Darlene says, thank you, Becky. I love my peanut butter. I like peanut butter. I just don't eat it very much. Becky says, oh, boy. And let's see, Elvis. Did I say hello to you, Elvis? Elvis is a big sweetie. Is that the best buy date? Because if unopened, I wouldn't hesitate to use it for a year or more past the date on it. I live in Kentucky. Oh, hi, Debbie. Welcome, Debbie. She says, and I got some Jif. What type? Ooh, Debbie, be careful eating that peanut butter. Check that recall. Debbie said, I just got the small jar of creamy. I'll have to check and see what my brother has. You love the story about Ruby Rose, Amber? One of my favorite parts was when the caterpillar says, woohoo! I don't know. One of my favorite parts was when the caterpillar says, woohoo! You. Yeah, Elvis says, I don't worry about food that's a little bit out of date, but when the recall matches, well, that's a different story, huh? Cashew butter. Ooh, that sounds good, RK. Now, I like cashews quite a bit. Okay. Meri's on a... I'm going to try here to draw a stamp, and I don't want to make it too complicated let's see if we can do a fairy. Whoops, I don't want that pen because that's the gold pen. I want that. What did I do here? Here it is. And what I do is I have these Pentel erasers. I can get them at Walmart. High polymer erasers. You have to watch for them. You have to get them when they're in stock. I grab about 3 of them when they come into stock. If I see them there, I'll grab them. Because like everything else, I'm worried that once I get liking something, they'll recall, that they'll stop producing it. And I'm same way with Dollar Tree tape, double-sided tape. I use it all the time, and I'm so worried that someday I'll go to buy some and there won't be any more. It seems to happen to me a lot. But it was working for me. I loved it. What was it recently? Oh, these Pen Plus Gear pens. Now, it could be just because it's summer and school is out. But I'm having trouble. Last time I went to Walmart, all I could find was the chisel tips. I couldn't even find the medium point ones. And the ultra tip ones, nope, they're not there anymore either. All right, about three chances here to get my little fairy. So she's going to be sitting on a rock, maybe right about here. Now I'm going to leave a little border here to cut off the sharp point. So I always do a beveled edge. So I'm just going to kind of scratch in just to remind me to do the bevel here. Because I don't want her hands to come way out to the edge, because I'm going to shave that off. So let's see. Her leg will come here maybe. And like that. And like that. And it kind of points down. And then her other knee comes up this way. And she's seated on a rock. Like so. And it comes down something like that, sort of. Now this is just sketchy sketch, so I can get her fit on here. And then she's got a dress on here. But see, now I'm not going to get her arm in here. This arm comes out this way because she's seated on a rock. Well, I'm not going to have room on this little 1-inch square here, 1-inch width. And I want to do all the fairies. So I'm going to change the position of her arm. We'll come back to that. I might have her holding something like her wand or something. And this other arm is going to kind of come that way. Her head is in here. Now I'm just putting in a little oval here just to get a sense of how I want it to look. I should probably zoom in a little so you guys could see better. Let me zoom in just a little. Well, you can kind of see. And I want to thank Dee Dee for the super chat. Bless her heart, Dee Dee. Bless your heart, Dee Dee. Is that zoomed in? Did it? There I go. My tablet is always 25, 30 seconds after. Okay, her head. She's got hair on. She's just a tiny fairy. And her hair comes all down like that. But now we want to emphasize her wings. That's what we really want to show, is her wings. And let's see. We'll have to deal with her arms here. And her dress. Her dress is going to be kind of like that. But we'll have to, I'm going to have to kind of clean it up. This arm. This is her wing. Now it's just scribbly here. I'm just kind of scribbling her in here. This arm is going to be holding a wand, I think. like that. And maybe a wand, if I could get a wand in there. And another wing off in here. And we might just let that wing come clear down. All right. So here's her head and her hair. And I'm just going to kind of shade it in. It will be inked in. So this part where I'm shading will actually be cut out. And her face will be cut out. I don't think I scribbled her face in. Because it's going to be trimmed out and there'll just be a little mark there to show her chin line. So I know what I'm doing there, I think. And let's see if I can't refine that a little here now. This will be shaved off here on the edge. Shaved off for the bevel. I scribbled her face in. All right, let's start up here with the wing. And let's do a wing here. And it'll come down like that. And the other wing, I think I'll have like that. Now her hair and her head will be right about in here. And her hair will be kind of long and something like that. And her arm. See this arm here, I don't have, could I make her still leaning back here? Maybe I can. Maybe I just need to get that arm worked in there. Right there. And her leg, she's seated. That she has a fairy dress on. Her leg comes this way and this way. See how I went from this to this? And each time I do it, I get a little bit more understanding of what I want. Now this is her leg, and her other leg comes down this way. Something like that. And now we got to get her dress in there, which is, I could make it like a feather. And so I don't really have that yet. But I think I have this pretty good in here. Her body shape in there. And her dress. Her dress, I don't really have her dress down. So I want her dress, let's do this in grab another sheet of paper. If I enlarge it, maybe I can get a sense of what I need to do small. I didn't say I had this all planned out. Oops, there goes some tape. Oops, there goes the rest of the tape. We have these containers of tape up here on the copy paper with the envelopes. It's kind of like our mailing station. And when I ever grab out the paper, the tape falls. Let me put it back. Okay. That's my brother's corner. He's got one little corner in here. What I want to do is enlarge this area here so I get a sense of how I want to draw that. So basically what I'm doing tonight is designing this stamp. I don't know if I'll actually get to carving it. It's 9/11 already. So her legs come out. Let's bring it down more. Let's just put that there. Her legs come this way. And they point down. It's kind of her toes and her ankle in there. And her knee is up in here like this. And she's seated. And then her other knee comes out this way. And it comes down just a little bit lower. Her ankle does. And her toe. Something like that. And she's seated. Now, see, what I want to do is get that dress. Maybe like a leaf feathery type dress. A fairy dress. And see, I have to figure out how it's going to show in here. Maybe a line. I don't know if I can do that with. And she's seated like so. So her dress at the waist, let's see, her arm comes out this way. Her hand is resting on her knee. And she's kind of leaning back. She's leaning back. That's the thing. She's leaning back. And I'm trying to figure out how this part of her dress, because it would be, she would be seated on it, on the rock. But the dress needs to drape down like that. And maybe have a... Now, how to show that on a stamp. And then the rock is in here. Make that kind of a rock. Maybe. I'm not sure I have this represented right. I want this to look kind of like a feathery leaf type dress. And maybe come around like that even. So let's emphasize this a little more. And all of this would be and let's see, maybe a belt or a sash in here. And then her arm, she's leaning back. And like that, and her hair kind of comes, but see, now I got to get all of that on in there. But I have to figure this out first, how to represent. What I really need is some white out. Let's smudge this a little. Come on. You aren't going to be... This has been sitting here for a while. You aren't going to do this to me, are you? So I'm trying to get this designed in a larger size so that I can put it in a smaller size. What I should do is kind of maybe add some color in there. I have to figure out how I want her dressed. I guess I'm not going to get it drawn tonight. This probably should come up a little more. Trying to use my imagination to do this without looking at other than that. I like this over here. Where's my, I should know better. Towel. I need to get that on a 1 inch. This needs to be 1 inch right in here, width of 1 inch. But I need to get it figured out before I make it smaller. I think of the fairy dresses being made of flower petals. Well, that's kind of what I'm trying to do is a longer leaf type thing. You see those, you see them long and droopy when you, oh, maybe it needs to go back behind the rock here too. This is the rock. This is the rock in here. And she's leaning back. She actually has her arm, her other arm, her shoulder comes this way. And she's kind of, let's put her head in there. Her neck comes here, her shoulder comes out. And this is very sketchy. Actually, she comes more like that. But I think this would probably come more, she's leaning back with her arm on a rock, so this rock would come up higher. Her shoulder would come. Now you could think of this as being a flower petal, but I don't see, I'm trying to visualize her body going under this dress as she's seated, and that's where I get these lines in there. So her arms come down this way, like that, and she's on a rock. Let's make that more higher. And of course this is rock in there too. So this, oh here, it comes out like that, and it comes out maybe like that, and around like this, and cinches here at the waist. And she's probably leaning back a little bit more. This is where I need to get the white paint out again. And actually there could be another flower petal coming out this way, or dress. Let's get out the white again. But I need to, after I get all this done, I need to do it, get it simplified so that I can make a stamp out of it. So I got all these sketchy lines here that will not be, hopefully will not be sketchy when, let's paint this out. I think that's what I needed to do. Like that, sort of. And like this. And another one in here. Her gown kind of over on that side. I think I like that. In there. Now let's play here. Oh, I'm going to play up in there. Let's get out some. Let's get out some. That's honey brown. I'm looking over my paint. One more swish of the, we want some yellow and some red. That's almost empty. We're going to mix a little coral here, right on this sheet of paper, I think. Shake it up, Meri. Shake it up, Meri. Where's my towel? This is just experiment. I'm just trying to get an idea of how I want this to look in the end. Let's do the yellow. A little dot of yellow. And let's put the cap back on the white before it gets any worse than it is. And some red, hopefully. And let's see what I can do here. Let's add just a teeny bit of red to that yellow. We're going to call that a coral color, maybe a little bit deeper. Come on. Don't want it too deep. We're going to call that coral for right now. And she's going to have, let's put some water on it. A coral colored dress in here. We got to get her wings in there. We don't have her wings in there yet. And of course, this is just craft paint. So let's see, let's put, and maybe a hint of one coming down in here too. And then of course her butt, her torso. And I haven't decided how that's going to look up there. I'm just kind of just getting an idea. Just kind of getting an idea of what I want. I kind of like that. And of course, she's kind of doing a sexy thing there, but maybe we can bring that out a little bit more. She's got her legs. Let's give her a little bit more of a modest dress there. I'm kind of liking that. I'm kind of, maybe her legs won't be that showy. And she's sitting on a rock, waiting to be freed. All right, we're going to just kind of leave it like that for now. Now, we got to get her wings in there. And I'm going to take this and just kind of, ooh, that's a pretty color, isn't it? We'll just dry that for a minute. Is she starting to look like a fairy? We got to translate this to a tiny little stamp. But I got to get an idea of how I want her to look before I translate it. That's me mixing on this page. Mixed my paint right on the page there. That area right there. And then I'm going to do a crazy thing here. Oops. I want to white that out. So I want to get her wing in there. And I don't want that messing with the wing. There. This is just an experiment page. And the white just happened to be here in my fine liner. It's easier to unscrew the cap when I do something like that. All right. It's 9:27. I'll probably just get her designed tonight. I probably won't actually do any carving tonight. We could put a flower around her ankles here. Maybe she's holding a flower. I don't want to make it too complicated. If I make it too complicated, it'll be hard to carve. So I want to simplify all these lines. But I have to figure out where the lines go before I simplify them. So her hair kind of dangles down like so. Well, that might be too much. So we'll make her hair, we'll actually bring her hair down in, because it's going to be kind of long, I think. And we'll just make her hair kind of go that way, not this line here. And then her wings, I don't want her wings to go, let's get my ruler out. Let's just say that this is the edge of the eraser here. We need to fit this onto here. So we're going to say this is an edge of the eraser. And I don't think this leg needs to be so big. I don't think either of the legs need to be so big. So we're going to make that more coral color in here. More of the dress. The flower petal. We'll come back to that. So we're going to call this an edge of the eraser here. And probably the bottom of the eraser. Let's do the top. Let's do the top. And actually, if I get all of this, if I put her head here and her wing in there, the top would probably come right about in there. I'm guessing. Maybe right about there. I'm just going to call it there for now. I think this eraser, if you translate this to this, I think my eraser would be longer than what this is. So I might have to elongate her or make her wing. We could bring this out a little more. Let's bring it up a little bit more. I'm just playing. I'm trying to visualize how this will fit on here. And the bottom of the eraser, we could put some flowers down in here. We need the bars too. Now, Mina said something about the fairies couldn't go through the bars, or something about they were afraid of the bar. I don't know what she said, but the bars are going to break open when we sing. When she hears her special song, the bars will will move. And I guess we could put some bars in here. But let's get her first. Okay. So this is going to come. Make this there. All right. I'm happy with that. Maybe her head, her hair in here. Like that. Her wing is going to be like so. And you aren't going to see all of this wing. You'll just see a portion of it, maybe some feathers. And let's just bring that out a little further. I've got to figure out how the wing will look. Maybe more like that. Yeah. And her hand. And maybe some feathers here, feather lines here. She's got big wings. I have to look at a fairy again. And we can bring this one up more like that. And we'll give her some hair coming down this way. Her hair is going to be long. And this is, she's resting her hand on a rock. So this is all rock in here. I'm not sure I'm happy with this. Maybe a little bit more out like that. Yeah. And how to translate that to an eraser is going to be another story. But let's just do this. Can you guys see? I'm way behind myself here on my tablet. Let's see. If her hair comes behind her, her shoulder needs to show on her dress. I'm going to have to refine that area. And I'm not going to carve her face. I'm not going to deal with that on a small eraser. We could make the flower, the petal a little, the dress a little more full like that. I think I'm getting her. Now this will be coral too, but it'll be a real light coral. I might put a darker coral in there. But the stamp itself, let's put a piece of paper on here. I've got to make this as small as that. But let's go to, let's see what I can do here. Instead of all my scribble lines, let's start maybe refining this a little. And her dress coming like that, out this way. And I'm not seeing what you guys are saying to me. I'm kind of playing here. Let me use the big white eraser I sent you. Well, I would, Riri, but I want to do 12 of these, all the same size. So I don't want to use the big erasers. I want them to be tiny because fairies are tiny. That's kind of my thinking. I'll use those erasers. Right now I'm hoarding them. You sent me one, and Allie K sent me one. And so did Ann Lar sent me some things. I got to clean this up. Ann Lar sent me some erasers, and so did Arlene. I'm not sure I'm happy with this yet, but it is what it is for now. I'll have to think about this part a little. You know, I could have one coming out this way too. And then her legs are going to come like this. And her hair goes, but whoops, I didn't want that. Her hair kind of comes in here and covers her face. You know, you aren't going to see much of her face. That might be a little bit too much hair. Let's make it a little smaller. I'll have to get out the white paint again. And then this arm is leaning down. Like this. Oh, I think I'm pretty happy with this so far. And what I'll do is I'll do this, and then I'll think about it a little bit and see if there's anything I need to change. See, I got her foot. This was her foot, but I'm making her foot smaller in here. So that means this needs to be a little smaller too, which means I need to repaint this in there, and maybe this, I'll have to redo that. And I'll make this part of the dress. And this in here will be rock. And this is rock. And this is wing. And I'll have to look at a fairy wing again, because I'm kind of lost in there, because I don't know what fairy wings look like. I'm just putting some lines. Maybe like so. And then the other one there. She's got big wings. I'll have to look at the wings again. Let's edge this again with my ruler. There. I want her angled. She's not too bad. I'll have to, I'll look at her again before I carve her, but you guys get the idea of where I'm going with this. This is not going to happen in a month, Coral will happen, but all 12 fairies will be a part of the stories. We've got 13 fairies. I can't wait to do the 13th one. I might start with him next, Tinkerboy. And Lard had Tinkerboy. I love it, Tinkerboy. Let's see what Tinkerboy was. Let's go back one. Tinkerboy. What did I do with him? He's over here. Hold on. Tinkerboy. 13. Tinkerboy is a young primary by Anne. He can make toys. He likes to trip up people, and he's in the navy blue. And the way we'll free him is we're going to bake cookies from forest food like walnuts and berries and stuff like that. Oh, that's what we need. Like a green petal in this needs to be green in there. Yeah, I like that. And then this comes down like that and like that. And we might have another one coming down in here. And then we've got the wings in here too. And I got to figure out how those will look. Something like that. She's got big wings. And now if, I guess I'm not going to do the eraser tonight. I don't have the bars in here. Let's wash out my brush before it gets yucky. The wings will be a sort of a transparent coral color. More along this line, only more transparent. Could be even done in watercolor. But when I carve it, I want to carve out her face here. And I want to carve out her hair so that if you stamp it, you can come in and color it. So everywhere I've colored in here will be carved out. And I want this in here, right in here, to be like the, you know, a flower has the green around there. I want that to be in there. Yeah, I think I'm liking this. And her hair, you know, I'm not going to do her face because it will be too hard to carve a face. But what I don't have in here are bars. I guess we really don't need bars. I think bars would be too much trouble, but I'm just going to sketch some things in here. Could just kind of bring them down. Just make some diagonal lines in here. That may not be as hard to carve as you think. And maybe this line coming up here, we'd have to see, because this would have to be, well, it could be like shaded in there as a bar going up this way. And let's make it straight here like that, and maybe like that, something like that. And a shaded just a diagonal in there, and maybe what time is it? 9:45. I got a few minutes left here. Like that. And let's make this one here. I kind of like that. And just shade these in. So I'd be carving this out. I'd carving this out in here, but leave the lines in there, leave a line there, and then you would color this. So her legs would be carved out. I'd have to, this would be a rock in there. I'd have to decide about that. I'm trying to visualize here. So this would be a bar. Maybe put a little flower in here. It needs a flower of sorts. A flower, Mary. I'm just going to make a flower like this right now. I have to decide what kind of a flower I want. this represents flowers here. Maybe another one in there, sort of, somehow. I think I'm liking this. And this would be a bar up here. I think I like it. So let's do this as bars. I got time. So this is a big kind of a prototype of how I want my stamp to look. Whether I can accomplish it or not is another story. But we're going to give it a try. You know, I could leave that and just leave a gap in there. Like that. And like that. And color this in. Here. And in there. And we could leave more of a gap here and make that a bar in there, sort of. And carve that out. Leave this as dark lines. And there and here and here. So these represent the bars that are breaking free when we sing. And we'll do another one there. I kind of like that. And then I got to figure out how the fairy wings look. Right now, they're just kind of representing feathers. Look more like palm leaves to me. I'll go and look at some fairy images before I carve. But I'm pretty happy with that. I'm relatively happy with it. And I didn't get to my cowgirl journal tonight. And imagine this as being a shimmery color. Of course, that could be anything. If I carve the stamp, I want this to be carved out, except for the lines. So whoever, if you color it, you know, this would be colored in, and, you know, that would be up to the choice of whoever stamped it and colored it. And we'll just make a little couple flowers in here. I might redo those, but I'm going to represent some flowers. There. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that, I think. Now, can I carve it? That's another story. So we told the story. Then we went out to Unsplash, and we looked at this lady. She was just in a dark, you know, one-piece outfit here, and she was, I guess she was sitting on a rock, but we used her pose, and we did a quick sketch, and then I come over here and said, I need to make this smaller, and you can see I botched that up, and I started small again, and I was trying to work out how the dress would fit, and I said, well, I got to make it larger so I can figure out how it's going to fit on there. So that's how I got to this. I might make this my thumbnail, this whole area here. Let's just fold this. Ooh, look at the back. Ooh, I like the back. I like the back. You know, when you turn this over and look at the back, you get an idea of your composition. Now, this wing, because I have that paint in there, so this is not really showing too much. Let's see if I can darken this a little. See, it's not coming through because I got acrylic paint in there. Isn't that interesting? Let's just bring that out a little, just a little bit of light, like so. So you can kind of get an idea, because I have all of this in here. I like my composition, but when you turn it over, you get an idea of your composition on your page. I kind of like that. So I was going to fold this here so I can put it like that and make this my thumbnail right in here. All right, it is 9:53. Let me come out and chat a little. And I see I unplugged and I'm almost out of energy here. Let's plug it in. It's very low. It's about ready to go. Let's plug it in and see if I can. 17%. I have just enough energy left on my tablet to chat and say goodnight. Allie K says, when she looks at the fairy wing images, I think she will get the idea. The wings are so big. I want the wings big. I want her wings really big. I could make them a little smaller. Maybe get rid of this area and this area right in there. Would that be better if I got rid of these two? But then what I like about it is the composition of it. If I took these out, I would probably want to put in leaves or something. I wouldn't want all of this blank. Yep, the train went by. Meri is going to need one of those jeweler's magnifying lenses that stand up like a third arm. You know, I wouldn't mind having one of those, Riri. But then I would be looking at it and you guys would see the back of my head. Angie says, just glad I want to be up in the morning to watch it with the knife. Well, tomorrow, this is Sunday night. Tomorrow is Monday morning. So that means Janet Nash is on. I don't get into Janice Nash's right at 9 Eastern, but I do try to at least peek in. And Janet has been posting her prompts on her community tab. I try to get in to say hello to everybody and to see what's going on. Yeah. My thought is on this, if I don't have big wings, I'm going to have to put a tree or a leaf or something in there. Becky says, I will miss Janet in the morning, as Scott has a dentist appointment at 9, and I will be driving him, as he will be so tired. Don't you just love the dentist, Becky? I got my insurance documentation from my last, all those x-rays and all of that. I have to pay the copay, so that's my next bill that's got to be paid this month. But they charged, now I don't have to worry about it because I don't have to pay a copay, but he charged them. They approved it, so it must be okay. But I can't, it's some big long word. And I looked it up and it said a medication or a procedure, a preventative medication or procedure. And I'm sitting there going, well, what was that? Because I didn't take any medicine. They cleaned my teeth. I don't know if they're charging for the teeth cleaning. For that could be, it could be the teeth cleaning. I'll have to look it up and see if they charged me separately for the teeth cleaning. And then, you know, the oral exam themselves and for the x-rays, I'll bet that's for the teeth cleaning itself. So that's probably what they're calling a treatment. Why don't they just say she had her teeth cleaned? I got him. A teeth cleaning is a procedure. Yeah, that's probably what it is. But they had some big, long medical name. And I hate it when they do that. I mean, why don't they just say teeth cleaning? Yeah. Becky says, I've been sitting here crocheting a hat. I'm on the third color. Was there any more than that? Just that one? The train come through. The bars are breaking free. That makes more sense. They're not in front of her. Yeah. I like those because they really emphasize, you know. So the bars are behind her, like we're looking from the inside. No, we're really, yeah, kind of. Yeah. The bars, yeah, the bars won't go in front of her. These two bars are behind her, and these bars are kind of going off to the side here. Actually, this bar, I'm not sure I like that there because it's coming right out of the back of her head. But it makes sense because this one comes that way. I might move this diagonal a little bit more, but still going to come out of her head there. I could move it more this way. But then I don't, and if I make that wing smaller, if I make this wing smaller, and I'll have room for a bar going that way. I'm not sure, just looking at this composition again, I'm not sure I like that bar coming right out of her head. Brenda says, thank you, Mary, and good night. Riri says, the best thing is to take an anti-inflammatory like Aleve aspirin for a few days. Well, the bars actually are a lot easier, I think, than some of this area up in here because they're just going to be carved, you know, this area is going to be carved out. They're just going to be in there. What's going to be hard, I think, is some of this area in here. But we'll see. We'll just see. If I flub it, it's just an eraser. I picture a dragonfly wings, but wider. Yeah, Sharon might have a point. If I get rid of these wings up here, I could have another bar, instead of angling it that way, have it angled this way. And of course, not in front of the wing, but in behind, have a bar sticking out there. Then her wings wouldn't look so big. I'll play with that. This is just a prototype, a sketch, you know, it's subject to change. I think I like it for the most part, though. Her back may need to be against that edge so that she will fit. Well, no, then I won't have room for the other wing. I think I like it. I do think I will, like I said, take out some of the wing. Instead of this bar going that way, I might have it going this way and just have a part of a bar there and a part of a bar down here. And maybe bring that wing out a little bit more over here. We'll see. It's just a sketch. Maybe profile silhouette. Yeah, that could be too, a profile silhouette, but I actually kind of wanted to leave it so that if it wanted to be colored in with the color of coral, a silhouette you couldn't really color in. A silhouette would be nice too, because you do see fairies in silhouettes. Allie K, hi everyone. I'm back from supper. Brenda, I think it's time to say goodnight. It's 2 after 10. Yeah, he's been in Rosemary's and Barb's. I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. Don't forget, Janet Nash is on at 9 tomorrow, and 9 Eastern, and Dee Dee, bless her heart. Thank you, Dee Dee, for the super chat. Dee Dee will be on at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Janet Young comes on after Dee Dee goes off. I think Janet comes on around 1 Eastern, if I'm right. I could be wrong. I get that all mixed up. I'm going to be working in the yard. So good night, everyone. I think Allie K, I see him again, but I think Allie K timed him out and I removed him. Thank you, Becky. Good night and have a great week. I will see you Tuesday morning. I don't know how much more I'll get on this, done on this, but we'll play with it. Bye.